Hello, hello. Okay, I think the sound's working now. So hi, welcome back to another Full Queue developer stream. We're working on a personal symptoms tracking app in SwiftUI and Xcode. And over the weekend, we found one bug in the journal selector. So we're going to fix that to start. Secondly, what we had called categories, the designer wants to call journals. We're going to make that name change in the UI and also in the code. And there was a small tweak on journal selection screen. The color the designer wants on the other side, so we're going to do that. And then finally, if there's still time, we'll do another swipe to add. This time it will bring up a little details panel. So let's cut a branch for today. Oops. And let's open Xcode and get started. The first thing was the journal selector bug fix. So let's see if we can demonstrate it. We're firing up the simulator here and waiting for it. Okay, so we only have one category for now, but to show this we'll need a second category. If I go into category and swap to the other category, the view didn't reload, although the top did. The workaround is to go out through all events to do the swap. We're here on movement and we see long walk. If we move to the long COVID, we still see. Let's see if we can fix that. Here's our category picker view. And it sets the current category to the category that was just tapped. Let's confirm that that's happening correctly. If we swap to the other category, we do hit the breakpoint. It is the category we're expecting to swap to, movement. Yep, long COVID. Okay, so that's working. So maybe whoever's reading this binding isn't working. Here's the event list screen. With the binding of current category. Maybe because it's marked as immutable here, it's not necessarily redrawing it. Can I get this to redraw? It's already in a state. So when this changes, I would expect a full redraw. That doesn't look like that's what's happening. Category is long COVID. Movement. See if it gets recreated. Oh, we just have the category ID here, not the full category. It does seem to be recreating. Something's still not right. Since we're getting the category from the incoming view, from the parent view anyway, let's try receiving the category instead of the category ID. And then fix the preview. So this category up to movement, we get movement. But the query didn't update. So here movement is CE8. Let's see, what is it? CE8. CE8. So long COVID. 35. Yeah, the query didn't get recreated. Fascinating. Okay, so maybe it's something with DRDB. Documentation here. So there is a binding that we can do. Is there any tags on it? No, it was just straight up the variable. Okay. Here's our query. And how do we hook up the ID to the query? If we set this to be a state again, okay, and then documentation again. Got ID. So to start, we'll duplicate these. When the category changes, update the ID. Oh. Let's see, what's the best way to do this? He binds it right to the player request.ordering. The enclosing view control the request after the player list rendering. Lead one of the techniques below a request binding or a constant request. Oh, okay. Let's try it. Let's try with that. With the constant heading be a little silly. Okay, so filter. Okay, yeah, that's working a lot better now. Oh man, that really wiggled with my head. I'm glad that they had that constant request thing. I guess what happens is that these at queries are kind of like their own at states in that they sort of, their lifetime exists outside of SwiftUI. So even though we're recreating the view, at query still lives on outside the view, and I didn't realize that. So I thought I was recreating it, that would have effect, but it wasn't really recreating it. Let's see if we can make this a constant still also. Okay, that's working still. Does that make sense? And so to break it again, to show that it's persisting in memory, take off the at constant, filter by long COVID, filter by movement, and see it's broken, same dizziness. If we put the constant in, it will recreate it. Nice. Total. There's initial, there's binding. Fascinating. Okay. So we can check that off. We can commit. Let's see, so what did we do? So we pass in the category instead of just the ID. Oh, this should be, let's set that back to set that. Category record model query. Yeah, this should be left still. That's not changing. And the other thing we changed was instead of passing the category ID, we're receiving the category directly. So we save one database call. Database call is no longer there. It's optional anymore because we're getting it directly. And then the main change is that it's a constant query instead of a binding query. So the bug fix is CRDB query init constant. So that it recreates as we expect. Push that up to go. Okay, so what's next? So categories are now journals. Okay. This to show that we're working on it. Maybe an arrow on this. Okay, so before we see category, we're going to change to journal. We'll find a new place. Otherwise, this is going to take a very long time. Goal succeeded. Wow. Hey. Nice. I thought this was going to take a lot longer, but I guess that's basically done. I guess one thing is if we want to preserve our existing data. There's not very many users of the app now, except for us. I will preserve data. Would rename a column? Oh, it's inside of it. So this was event. Rename column. Nice. Wasn't sure if that migration would save the data or not because we had I had already run it. I wasn't sure if it wiped out the data or not, but it's glad to see that it's still there. Okay, well, let's commit that. Oh, before we hit this, we should run the tests. I'll finish the commit message. Rename category to journal. Tests. Is it running? Build succeeded. Running app tests. That succeeded. Oh, I see. Isn't really a test. Should we delete this then? It's like from an older version of the app. Okay, so now we can change. Okay, what's next? Put the journal color to the left side. Journal selector. Okay. Oh, this is still called choose category. That's funny. Did it not name? It didn't rename the folders. Or any of the files. Oh my. Okay, well, let's do a few more renames. Any more? Oh, wow, quite a few files. Just doing these renames. And oh, I wasn't supposed to rename this. Anything else named? Yes, this one. And this one. Name all files. Yeah, it's important to keep all the language correct. The designer is calling these journals if the users are calling these journals, because that's what it's called in the app. But in the code, it's still categories. Yeah, that gets confusing. Do as programmers is we remove confusion, all the happy pixels next to each other, and leave out all the other ones. Okay, so we can commit that. Name files. Journal. And with that, I think we're done with this rename. Wow, we're just really cruising along today. Okay, so now we're starting the actual feature, I suppose. Remember, we have the swipe to swipe to mark. I also want to add a swipe, but add details. Something like swipe other direction. Swipe other direction for in order to add details. And I think I have a mockup for this. Yes, here we go. Here's the swipe to add. New occurrence with a note. Oh, I guess notes are new. But we'll get there when we get there. So we had a swiping row. And so far, this only worked on one side. We need to make it work on both sides. And then add in a way to navigate to this second screen. But to do that, our swiping row needs to support both directions of swiping. Okay, so how are we going to do that? We have a gesture state. We have a bunch of setup stuff. I guess triggered and possible need to go sort of with a direction. So instead of gesture state, we'll call it right gesture state. Well, it's gonna be the same drag. Maybe it needs to be two different state names on our gesture state. Like possible left, possible right. triggered left, triggered right. So then this tree changes quite a bit. Basically, if it's positive or negative first. Then otherwise, it's just at rest. Oh, happy 3 o'clock, everyone. Then this, oof, we're gonna have to refactor this, but for now, no, we got to start with refactoring. I can't just copy this. This is gross. Let's call it an action. Then we just have the left action and the right action. Yeah, we'll do that for now. We can add add rows here to our queue. Extracting a construct. But left action first, so that it shows up on the left here. Then we can use the trailing closure trick. Something like mark with detail. It's actually going to be the same colors because it's the same category. Wonder if we should lighten it or something. And for now, we'll just print build succeeded. How are we looking though? This is getting to be quite heavy. I do want to move this into separate files so it's easier for the view on stream. So to do that, we'll make a group for swiping row and drag this in there. Then we can create some new files in here. Swiping row state. Swiping row action. There's our swiping row into a separate file. And this can be swiping row dot state. Oh, that is one problem. It's going to collide with this name here. Oof. Yeah, maybe that's why I named it typing state. Okay. This doesn't even need foundation. Okay. Is this going to work? I think it is. We are getting that trigger. Now let's put the text in. I guess it needs a little bit of padding. Oh, I already have padding on there. I need padding on this side. We'll make it match. It's kind of a long word for it to fully appear like that. I'll have to ask the designer what he has in mind. And right now I'm not sure if they should have different different background colors, so I'm gonna leave that for there now. I need to ask the designer what she wants. So cool. I can slide this around all day. Oh, fascinating. A little bit of extra shows up there. Okay, so going back to the queue, extract the action struct. We support both directions. We're swiping other directions. Now we need to trigger with, add with details. But we can commit what we have so far. That was a huge stack we just popped. You can say swiping row supports both directions now. I have to get up. Oh, did I? Got messed up there. Let's commit. Okay, so we finished updating swiping row to take swipes in both directions. Now I need to trigger. I need to make the screen do add with detail, as shown in the mockup. We'll call this quick mark. Or maybe if we do like mark with details on the right, then and the first thing you see is mark, right? Quick, yeah, it's quick, and then details is what you see first. Yeah, okay. So we'll swap over the actions as well. Guess we can make a mark with detail screen. Yay, spelling. Oh, we can update our to-do list. We want to create occurrence add screen. For that, we want to, and we can trigger the navigation to it. we'll just say that we're there. Then let's do this this navigation to it. And after we navigate, then we can fill in that screen. Okay, so it's working now. So from a row, we want to go to the screen we just created. I suppose we'll have to. We don't have a reference to a view controller. We can't just present directly here. The way that we save references to view controllers in this app, we have a router. We can pass the router down to here. This event list router. This needs the as well. Man, should this be like an environment or something? We can add that to our list. Should router be in? So here we pass it in here. Not expecting that. Still missing argument 1. Or now this can be so we could search. Where else are we using this? Oh, okay. Let's see if we broke anything. Yeah, all the routing still seems to work. That's fantastic. Okay, let's say that was a successful navigation. Yes, and done. I guess we created it kind of on this trigger part. Do occurrence with T. Back to the router. When we get to this screen, occurrence add with detail, really just the add screen, because without details, it's just the quick add. Oh, I didn't make a wireframe yet for that. Well, let's write the code here and then make the wireframe. Occurrence add wireframe. This will probably need an event ID. Yeah, so to navigate to there, we need the event ID to add this occurrence to. We're going to pass that along to the wireframe. And then present the wireframe modally. Correct, it doesn't exist, so let's create it. Occurrence add wireframe. be a UI hosting controller. View will be the occurrence add screen. And then in addition, we'll need to receive this event ID. And then we'll need to pass it into the screen too, actually. Go ahead and do that. Screen should receive it. Okay. So let's look at the mockup again. It has the top bar, two buttons and the category name. The background is the category color. Oh, we should test the nav so that we can check it off or not before going into fill in that. Okay, so let's run it in the simulator. Work with the did I not hook something up? That's hooked up. Maybe I didn't call this from that row. Right, it's still empty. Quick mark fails. We get to that screen. Wonderful. We can check off that. And then I guess we can commit. We just checked off a nice stack of stuff. Create occurrence, add screen, navigate to it. So now we're marking with details. We got to the mark a current screen. So now we should fill in that screen. So what do we need to do that? We need to build a top bar. Top bar needs the category info. So let's do that and then take it from there. We're going to need an at query with the event ID. And we'll need the category info and the event info too, actually. That's going to be like event with category query. Do we have anything like that? Let's see. Oh, and they're not called categories anymore. They're called journals. We have events by journal. This is just the one event. So of course our queries rely on GRDB query and on GRDB because it's going to be used by SwiftUI. We import Combine. And its one parameter is an event ID. This is odd. I think we need that. Oh, I deleted too much. We don't need that. Yeah, there we go. It's going to return an event with journal. Maybe. So we should in that. So it needs to be fetchable record and decodable. Also need default value. Which will be nil. Okay, now that we got all that set up out of the way, we can write our fetch method. So then what will this be? This will be a event record. Filter by the ID. The event record columns is self.id or self.event ID. We want to include required the association event record.journal. We can do a fetch as or as request of. As request of event with journal. And then fetch one in the database. This can throw, we say try. A few things here. This is import GRDB query. So right now we have it as event with journal query dot event with journal, but that is quite a mouthful. I would prefer to have something else. Maybe like event with journal and then dot query is the thing to query it. We did event with journal is the type, and then inside of it we had query. That could work. That could work. And we'll make the query. How many open parens, close parens? 1, 2. Yeah, and I have to close one. Oh, missing in. Okay, that looks pretty good. Let's write a test for this query. This is event with query tests. Starters, we import xetest. We import our app with app testable, so we can get all the internal declarations. And we inherit from xetest case. Just want to test the fetch function. So how do we do this? We open a query to our fixture database. And then we create a query and run it inside of this transaction. And yes, thank you Xcode for reminding us to try. Internal.query. An event ID. We'll have to pass in something from our fixtures. Event. And assert some stuff on found. P assert equal found.journal.name should be the cold symptoms one. Also, we want to show that we got the right event. Do those asserts, and let's run it. Walk and throw. Okay. Try running this test again. We succeeded. Nice. Okay, so we have our query. We have it in our screen. Now let's get a preview going. Which event should we use? Building? We are. Okay. Well, that is running. How are we doing here? This was a autocorrect built top bar. Are pulling in the category info with the query. Okay, and it looks like we're here. First step, get in. So secondly, we have our top bar. The bar color, the event with journal color, and then we'll create a color using that. And then at the mockup, to cancel, title, OK are the 3 buttons. And then this was an OK button. Oh, this needs to be a V stack. Okay, looking good, looking good. And then this should be bold and middle. Cool. I'd say we built the top bar. Build body of the screen. Do the save, like save the occurrence. Create that better. New occurrence. And what else? I guess implement, the cancel. Okay. Okay, we'll need our date here. to build. Okay, let's try building. See what error was. But from initializer without initializing all of our properties. Oh, this should be needs a default. Okay, so now can we where is there we go. Stack inside of our scroll view. Now this padding in bold. Oh, pop the order. Wheel. I'll turn that in the simulator. We do mark with details here. Spin the wheel. That's exactly when it happened. And then either OK or cancel is working right. So let's build the body. So there's OK and cancel. I guess cancel is slightly easier. Let's start with that one. Let's swap the order. This will need a router. Move this arrow. Hey, how's it going, Dragon Dust? Thanks for stopping by. We can give the router to our screen. Out of the environment. Nice, another iOS dev. Oh, do you do iOS development also, Dragon Dust? Reference add router needs to conform to observable object. Yes, we can do that. Yes. Oh, nice. Yeah, there aren't too many iOS streamers as far as I can tell on Twitch. I'm not sure if no one's interested or if not as many streamers do it. Do you stream your development also? You can pass it in as an environment object. Oh, SwiftUI routing. I haven't found a good solutions for it. Yeah, as you can see, I'm doing it in UIKit. My wireframe here was creating a view controller. Um, the router. Yeah, probably the best solutions ATM. Yeah. Yeah, some people have done some hacky stuff to make navigation link work with a button, and it looks too weird for me. Um, the nice thing about using wireframes is that if for some reason one screen I do need UIKit, like it's all just wireframes. The wireframe creates the view controller, and then the navigation controller handles it from there, um, or what have you. Now, where is my where would my nav be? Yeah, so this needs to pass in the nav. Um, this is a side project. Um, I guess that's one way to put it. It's not on the App Store yet. Um, we're I'm working on it with a designer. We're trying to help people track their symptoms because when you go to a doctor's visit, the doctor asks you, when did you start feeling something? You're already feeling really crappy. Your memory can kind of, not be there as you want it. And that's frustrating not only for you, but the doctor as well. Um, so hopefully, with this app, it'll be a nice UI to track the stuff that you need to track um, for more successful doctor's visits. Hopefully, it won't be a side project. Hopefully, it'll be a main thing soon. A lot of the current medical apps just have really terrible UI. I think they were made in JavaScript or something. Not that you can't have good UI in a JavaScript iOS app. It's just, um, yeah, a lot of these medical apps feel clunky. Okay, so it looks like this wireframe should be responsible for making its own nav. Yeah, I love making like really small apps that are helpful to people. Um, do this in the other order. Let's make the nav last. View controller. Oh, and then we should actually hook up the cancel button. Here, this will be router.dismiss. We do the swipe to mark with details. And cancel, we dismiss. Nice. So we built the router, we built the cancel button, so now we can move on to saving a new occurrence. We have our save function here. When we click OK, we'll call it. So do we need to make an occurrence? We need an ID, which will just be a new UUID. Timestamp, which will be the timestamp that the user just set using the date picker. And created at will be right now. The event ID will be the current event that the user is tracking. Then we can write it to the database. We'll get a reference to the database out of the environment. Then using that reference to the database, we'll open a write transaction. and save our new occurrence. Of course, we can throw, so we do want to do catch around that. The indentation. Then if we get an error right into the database, we'll wrap it in our app database error. Your app router holds a UI navigation controller. Yeah, that's a kind of a new pattern that I'm trying out for this app. I guess, let's see. I guess we do like create, like, so we nav here. So that pop-up is responsible for creating its own navigation controller. And this too is a navigation controller, but right now it doesn't navigate to any other screens. Navigation is sort of at the top right now. I think for this screen, the navigation controller is a little overkill, especially since I'm not using the navigation bar. That might be something to clean up later. When I made my routing protocols, I thought it would be nice that as long as a router has a nav, that we can do some neat protocol-oriented stuff with that. So it might be something to roll back, depending on how things go. I guess the idea is the router has the reference to UIKit, so that we don't have to pass in UIKit things to SwiftUI. Yeah, right at the top we have our router. And then we do want to show this error to the user if we have one. So this would be an database error, possibly, and is showing. How do we do it on the other screen? Oh, we just called it current error and is showing error. Yeah, I like that. Then we can copy over our error sheet as well. Oh, this screen is missing its error sheet. Isn't that funny? And no alert, no sheet. Okay, we'll add a to-do. Is missing error sheet. What did I do my sheets on? I know there's another page I did a sheet on. Here we go. But did I not hook up the OK button? I thought I did. Oh, but we're not dismissing afterward. A few things. Put the error on our state variable and then toggle the is showing error so that we show it to the user. Then because this is a database call, we do want to do this in the background in a task, which means that saving the error to our state variables has to be done on the back on the main queue. And lastly, after we successfully save, thanks Xcode. After we save, we do want to dismiss. That will also be done back on the main queue. Dismiss. We mark with details. They name is it now? 20. Say at 4:15. Oh, so properly dismissed, and it saved it to be 5 minutes ago. Fantastic. Now we should also test an error. Let's see. Fake error. To show that the sheet is working, we can throw fake error. Perfect. It's working as expected. How big is this file? Under 100 lines. Why does it feel so big? So we have a lot of state in this view. We have the router, query, user inputted state, database, and then the database error stuff. It's kind of a lot. Then our top bar takes up quite a bit of space as well. Our actual body that takes up most space on the screen takes up the least space in our in our code. Okay, well, let's check this off. Save new occurrence. Detail screen. Set to GitHub. See, so I do want to add the missing sheet to this other screen. Event add. Oh, that's this one here. This has errors, but it's not showing it at all. Let's add that in quick. Commit that. Say Missing error sheet. Okay, so going back to the mockup, there's this new notes section here at the bottom. So we can try adding that in to our occurrence. That off. Oh, and of course, move the arrow there. See, that's where we're at right now. There's not really that much room on the screen to add a note. Whenever it should be a second screen. Maybe like click OK to just add an occurrence at a previous time, then like a different button to add a note. Maybe like a little navigation button. I just feel like looking at apps these days, there's like one thing per screen, especially if they're big. This is the wrong screen, actually. That might be something to add later to that screen. This is the screen that we're. Hope SwiftUI gets a little update this year concerning the navigation stuff. Yeah, WWDC is only a month away, or just over a month away. Well, I'm hoping we can do something on stream for it. Maybe some live reactions, or watch along parties or something, and hopefully there'll be new navigation stuff there. Yeah, looking forward to it. Yeah, me too. Then if we have this add note thing, we should navigate to a text editor screen. occurrence add note stream. Seems fine. We'll define our view. Do you code professionally? Does your job use SwiftUI? Text is a string and it starts empty. Okay, there we go. And is this like the label? Let's make a preview provider. See what this. And of course, we'll compile this only if we're in debug mode. Okay, well, it's there. I think we can heal this top bar. Stack around it. Fix the formatting, and then what's going to be at the top of this? I guess it would say something like add note. I guess we could pass in the color for the top bar. Take one of our pictures. Resume the preview. What do we have? I don't see the top bar. Not preview in this file. Symbol not found. Okay, let's try rebuilding. Passes. When we resume, okay, it just shows up. That's fine. So thinking through this, if we're making a new occurrence, I'm going to do it quickly and set a time and hit OK, and that'll save it. Or you can add a note. I'll go to an add note screen. And then from there, would you want to have to come back to this screen to save it? Or do you just want to sort of save it um, from that screen at the end of the flow? I feel like if you wanted to go back to this screen, I guess it's like is cancel going to go cancel going to cancel the whole flow? You want to come back? So you're thinking after you add the note, you'll go back to the date screen. Add note, go to the note. Okay, I'm done with the note. Then I guess we could show a little preview of the note here. And then they can click done. Okay, yeah, let's try that out. I would do a push for the add note. Yeah, yeah, I agree. And let's start with that right now, actually. So we can add the function for it. And we can call it from our button. And in our router, we can push. We have not made the wireframe yet. We know what it's going to be called. We can just say wireframe equals occurrence add note wireframe nav.push that wireframe. Now we can define this. What does the wireframe do? Wireframes are responsible for setting up a screen so that the navigation controller knows how to present it, for example. I'll show you. It must have a create view controller. And for us, we're going to have a UI hosting controller because we're using SwiftUI. In the root view, that screen we just defined. Color. Oof. Does that mean we have to pass in the journal so that it can load the color? Because passing a color through navigation doesn't really feel good. Either just doing a second database call. um, well, I guess for this moment we can pass in the color. Um, I think about it more later. No, it's just so weird to pass in a SwiftUI color. If we passed in the I'm not sure what to do here. It's weird to pass in the SwiftUI color, but I think that's what we're going to do for now. I'm trying to answer a question right now. um, so, in the wireframe, it needs a color. The wireframe doesn't have a color, so I'll set it up to receive one. And now our call to the wireframe is failing because it needs a color. So that's SwiftUI. So then back to here. So now this is the date screen. So we can pull this out to be a helper. Journal color is a color. So the bar color is based on journal color. And the color that we're routing to will be the journal color. Using this color anywhere? Yes, we are. So we should see it. Mark with details. Ow, that's large. And we have a back button too. Fascinating. Oh, right. There we go. Right, so I was answering the question about wireframes. So here we set up the view with everything that it needs, and the wireframe's initialization parameters are everything that the view would need, such as a color or an event ID or journal ID for whatever that screen needs. And then I have some helpers, navigation controller to push a wireframe or present it modally, or present it as a popover. And so as you can see, it's very simple, create the view controller and then push it. Or if you want to start the navigation controller with that wireframe, then you would say set view controllers animated false after creating it. It's a way to manage some of the complexity around navigation. I can say what I want to do, start with this wireframe, push with this wireframe, but that's sort of abstracted away from the callers. I mean, especially the starting with a wireframe is like push is very, that's what you're doing. Push view controller with the view controller. The view controllers with the brackets. I mean, I guess we know what it does since we've been UI kit programmers for so long. But I like it better to have something that's more readable. For example, in the scene delegate, we create the window, we create a root navigation controller, then we start it with our event list wireframe. Or when we add events, that's a flow, and that nav wants to start with the nav that we decided was the starting wireframe. That's another thing wireframes can do. If you're presenting a flow, it can make some decisions for you. And as long as everything conforms to wireframing, we can push, we can pull, well, not pull, push, present modally, etc. So where were we? So we're thinking that if we cancel on add note or hit OK, we would, no matter what, we would go back to the previous screen. Let's build a router helper. The wireframe is just for one controller, so it can create more than one view/controller. Yeah, a wireframe sets up one screen. And with SwiftUI, they're often fairly simple. That's the router. This one has to be a little bit more complicated because it's the beginning of a flow. Like the event list wireframe, like the root view of the app, it sets up a router, sets up a hosting view controller, and that's it. It's so straightforward. Yeah, if all of the parts of your app are straightforward and nothing's complicated, then looking at each piece, it's easy to reason about what to do, and that prevents bugs. Which is why like 100 lines, it's like, yeah, I probably want to start breaking that up into smaller chunks or something. Let's see. So coming back to our current add note router, oops, need to save more. So I guess we'll say go back. I guess we can pass the text with we can pass the note back. How's this going to work actually? Let's not do that right this second. Um, let's add the router to the wireframe. Which means this needs a nav. The init needs a nav. Environment object. Needs to conform to. Failed. So here we need to make sure we have a nav. Otherwise, I guess we'll do nothing. So part of me wants to sort of save this occurrence to the database. When we add a note, it will save the note to the item in the database. And if I hit cancel, you can delete that occurrence. Let's see, another option is to pass around this occurrence in memory and only save it at the end. Let's see, how else would we add a note? I guess because our occurrences are structs, so can't really save a reference to it. Well, we know we're saying router.go back. How come? Oh, because go back isn't implemented. Add note, cancel. Okay, we go back. Okay, so then how are we going to pass back the contents of this note? Almost as if we need like an object that kind of owns this flow, that can save all the items on all the parts of the occurrence so that at the end it can save it all at once. something like a flow coordinator, and it'll keep track of all the fields. Um, and it'll keep track of the routing. Each of these little screens won't have their own router in this flow. It'll just be one flow router. Yeah, so it becomes not the occurrence add screen. This is the occurrence add flow. There's a lot going on in here now. This isn't the current add wireframe, it's the flow wireframe. And then just sketching stuff out right now. Like a flow coordinator. And what do we want it to do? We want it to sort of keep track of the current fields. Note times. It could have like a go to add note. Up to date. Sort of navigation functions. Oh, and this would also probably be a reference type. This could be the flow router. We could kind of refactor this a little bit. The current add screen have a reference to the coordinator, not to the router. Yes, this is the current add flow wireframe now. Also create the coordinator here. and that has the reference to the router. Yeah, I'm going to use an initializer so it can receive it. All right, so this should be coordinator.dismiss. Return from initializer without initializing all stored properties. Should this be an environment object? Sure. Means this needs to inherit or implement observable object. Let's try cleaning and then there we go. So we can pass in the coordinator as an environment object. This becomes router.dismiss. I'll get all this stuff to the router. We'll do that one later. I'll do that one later too. I guess I'm really curious is if we can, if the coordinator can be responsible for getting the journal information out of the database, and then all the screens rely on the coordinator for that information that's across the entire flow. So we can use our event with journal query. So we will need the event ID. Then we'll initialize the query the same way we did on the other screen. say our reference to our app database. Oh, right. So this screen, to get the journal color from the coordinator, so let's move this helper onto the coordinator. It should be coordinator journal color. See if that works. It didn't. I see in a state object without being installed in a view. So does the coordinator need to be owned by a view? If that's the case, we could make a navigation view that owns the coordinator, perhaps. Um, do we add it as an environment object? So hmm. I need a bathroom break. I'll be back in a moment. Where exactly was this state object error coming from? Um, I comment out the query in the flow coordinator. I don't know, and just return color dot red for now. Yeah, so I think it's because of that query. Wonder if we did just a like a normal fetch. um, oh, and while I'm thinking about it, these are app published. We could do something like let's just force try it for now. Um, hmm. I guess that worked. Instead of doing this at query, which is like a SwiftUI wrapper for PRDB. Um, oh, right, we did. If we just do a straight database call, there's no problem. We didn't get any of those errors. Okay. How's it going? How's the app coming along? Oh, hey, welcome back. Um, it's coming along. We fixed a bug at the beginning of the stream, and the designer thinks the category should be called journals. We renamed all of that. And now we're sort of we're adding a swipe with details. Because before, last time we just did sort of a quick mark, which will, mark it right away. You see they're both less than a minute now. Also, maybe you want to add a note or something. So that's where we are right now. Did you get the persistence key working? Oh, right. I remember that stream. Let's see. How can I demonstrate that? Yes, it is working. Yeah, they're both lined up now, so you can't exactly see it. Let's see, that was on all events row, I think. Yeah, so we had to get the width of the relative date, we used the dot background modifier with clear text and use the geometry reader to stick the width of that into a preference key. And then in the super view, we had an on preference change. So for all of the, maybe I can show you with this preview that it is working correctly. Yeah, see, 3 minutes is the longest. 1 week ago is the shortest, but it goes all the way to the side, patches at 3 minutes. Yeah, so how it was working was got the preference key, that's the width of the relative date text. And whenever it changes, you accumulate, you set the new max width to the max of all of the preference keys. Set that to be a state, and then we put the state into the environment as the all events row max state width. All events row, and then the max state width key. And then back down in the row, we extract that environment variable, and we set it as the frame of the VStack, so that every single item in that VStack is the same width. And so the relative dates are the size that they are. The VStack that's surrounding them is set to this max width. So it's a little convoluted. I think the solution that you proposed of just setting a constant would work more than fine. But here I feel like I got to learn something about preference keys and environments and super views and stuff. So I am happy about that. So going back to our task at hand, we're trying to add notes to occurrences. So we can mark with details, we can set a custom time, and then we started building an add note screen. and we're trying to make a coordinator for this flow. So we had been passing in the color to the add note screen, but I think it can get it off the coordinator now. I'm back. Welcome back. Yeah, I just filled in Daddy the Duck about what we're doing, and I answered something we had worked on a previous stream that he was here for, how it worked with preference keys, environment variables, and state variables. So instead of passing in the journal color by means of routing, which feels weird, I think that those screens can get it from this coordinator. So let's go into that screen. So instead of the router, it needs the coordinator. So the router goes back go to the date, and then color should be the coordinator dot journal color. Field failure, yes. Longer pass in there. Longer need color as part of the initialization for the wireframe. Wire will tell one more place that it's being used. Take that out as well. Oh, didn't pass in the coordinator to the environment. So it'll need to receive a reference to the coordinator. It doesn't need a router anymore. It just needs the coordinator. And that just passes in itself. Oh, I didn't hook up cancel yet. And go into add note. We can cancel the back out of it, and then cancel the back out of all of that. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. In addition, this router is dead. And I feel like I guess the adding part, the saving to database, that functionality could go on the coordinator and come out of the screen. The save function, it's not that long. What else? So there's the stuff that's related to the flow, and then there's the first screen. I guess the first the flow sets up the first screen. Maybe that's okay. Maybe we want a second wireframe for it, one for the flow and one for the first screen. So what do we have now for the flow wireframe? We create a router, we give it to the coordinator, we make the screen, we pass in the coordinator as an environment object, and we create a nav for all of it. Okay. Let's see. So back on the note screen, what we were trying to do is pass the text back to the coordinator. Now on the OK button, you can say coordinator dot coordinator dot note is all right, which is called it's just called text. Maybe we should rename this variable to note. So what I don't like about the note screen saying pop to date is that it's kind of doing the coordinator's job for it. It's telling the coordinator where it wants to go. What it's really trying to say is, we're done. We're done with the notes. We're done. We're done editing the note. I'd like to rename that function. Like we canceled the note, or we finished the note. And pass in the value of the note. Then it can set the value of the node itself. And then it tells the router that we're done here. Not call non-function type binding subject. I don't understand. Oh, I see. I just misspelled it. Okay. And we'll go through the simulator to show that we didn't break anything. I do want to show like a preview of the note back on this page. Because it's on the coordinator, that should be pretty easy to do. So here's our add note row. So we can say if let if we have a note, so let coordinator.note otherwise it can say it's edit note and then put in a note preview. And then limit of 1. Long note to test line limit. Oh, interesting. So it didn't didn't get the memo. The add note needs to get the saved note out when we edit it. But before we do that, I do want to change the color from blue to secondary. I guess what this needs to do is that when the publisher fires for the coordinator's copy of the note, let's see if that works. Just a short note. There we go. Now we're actually editing it. We can edit it to, I don't know, just put something in there. Cool, and it's saving. see, so what's next? So I feel like this text field needs a little bit of padding. The text is right up on the sides. Due to a missing environment type. Oh, right. Um, we need to give it a coordinator. So we'll get a event ID out of our fixtures. Doesn't seem like it loaded the color. Let's see. Not going to debug what's happening. Put a breakpoint there. And then breakpoints run in preview mode. Make it redraw. It is redrawing, but it's still not hitting the breakpoint. Okay. What's this error? Text UI input or text input UI. I don't think this concerns us. Hmm. Oh, I see. I guess we're always getting the live database pool instead of sometimes the fixture database when we're in a fixture. So it's not finding anything. Yeah, so I have this fixture queue. And if we're in preview mode, then our app database writer is the fixture queue. Otherwise, it's the live database. I wonder if I can get environment values even if we're not inside SwiftUI. That would be very nice. I guess we could try. I don't mean to run it. I want to go back to the preview. Nice. And if I run, we hit a breakpoint. That's fine. Go to add note. Nice. So we can use at environment outside of SwiftUI. I guess we can't use GRDB's query because it's a state object of some kind. Okay. We were setting up the preview so that we could um, fix the spacing there. Let's see, does it just need adding? And then resume. Maybe just adding left and right, or as we say, leading, trailing. Yeah, that looks better. And I guess this is placeholder text. Make this a little bit longer, add notes for we could say the name of the event in the placeholder text because I feel like in the title it doesn't really go. Something like that. But I'm also noticing that this top bar is not centered. Maybe the spacings are equal, but that's meaning that the that it's not exactly centered. Add that as a item. Let's see. So we're naviging to the add note field. I guess we need to save the note when we're done. In addition, oh yeah, we already did the OK button. I guess this should really be not if let, and it's not empty. Back here, edit note. Why does it keep crashing? No observable object of type occurrence add flow coordinator. Oh, I guess this preview also needs a coordinator. Let's steal the one from the other screen. Nice. And this needs to be if debug protected. And did I do that for the other one? Yes, I did. Nice. I can hit OK, and it'll still be the empty string. So also, when we save the note, we should trim off any white spaces and new lines at the end. Add a note. Spaces and nice. Yeah, all the spaces got removed. Nice. Unexpected nil window. I think that's my problem doing SwiftUI. Okay, we can commit a lot of that. Ooh, was this? Oh, that was a lot. Created the coordinator plus all that other stuff in there. Add note string. Back to flow coordinator. So we're still not saving the note. So we should do that. Take our arrow down. We want all the saving to happen on the coordinator. But maybe that's a future refactoring. I think for right now, we want to add the new field to this occurrence record. There might not be a note, so it's optional. Fixtures, let's see. All those fixtures need a note. We can just set it to nil for now. And here's all of our fixtures. At this point, I will copy paste because this is going to be quite a few of them. Cool. So this would be the coordinator.note. And then last thing we need to do is add the row in the database. Let's go to our migrations. Yeah, that's enough. Enough letters. How do I say, can I do that? Oh, okay, good. Now, as of yet, we don't have a way to view these notes. Go ahead and create them in the database anyway. And to show that they're really there, we can open up the database. So to do that, I'll print the URL of the database, and then I'll open it up. Right. Here's our journal. Here's our events. And here's our occurrences. Do we have a note? We do. There's our newest one, feeling kind of dizzy. That's where I created at. It's like it's there. Which database do you use? For this app, I'm using SQLite. Since it comes free with iOS. Well, a lot of people like to use Core Data for their wrapper to access SQLite, but I'm a huge fan of GRDB. Just a very nicely put together piece of software, and I like it way more than Core Data personally. Yeah, it's just SQLite. Which database do you like? And hit all of that. Oh, what's this? Don't need that. It's grdb.swift. Okay, here's the wrapper for grdb. Available as a Swift package or through CocoaPods. For this app, we're just using Swift Package Manager. But I have another app where I'm using it through CocoaPods. Fix centering of top bar. Okay, I think this will be the last thing that we do for this stream. It is 6, and that's when I usually end. See if we can do this real quick. Let's see. Bar. Let's see. So if we zoom this, we can see the problem there with the top bar. So let's see. So instead of having spacers, we really want center content to be in the center. I think this will be a Z stack, a Z stack of 2 H stacks. So let's copy, paste, modify. So for on one layer, we'll have the left content spaced and then the right content. And on the other one, we'll have another H stack with the center totally in the middle. Go back to our screen. Yeah, you just saw the animation of it sort of snap to the middle. And I guess we can make sure everything is still clickable. Yep. Cool. Let's commit that. That line. That. Fix during top bar when just fix entering a top bar. And we can merge to trunk. Thanks so much for joining me, everyone, today. I really appreciate the follows and the views. I really love programming. I love making small apps, and I'm So happy to share that experience with you. I stream every day starting 2 p.m. Eastern till around 6-ish every weekday. And thanks so much for joining, and I'll see you next time. See you. See you too, dude. Thanks for sticking around.